after birth. From him ecstatic prema emanates. By him ignorance is destroyed. The Vedic scripture sings of his character. Our spiritual master is the ocean of mercy, friend of the poor, Lord and master of devotees. O Master, be merciful unto us. Give us the shade of your lotus feet. Your fame is spread all over the three worlds, and we take shelter in your lotus feet. Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Kevalabhakati sadma. Shri Guru Charana Padma Kevalabhakati sadma. Bando mui savadana. Bando mui savadana. Jahaira prasaire baai e bhavatoriya jahai. Jahara prasaire baai e bhavatoriya jahai. Krishna prapte hoya jahoi te. Guru Mukha Padma Vaikya Chitte Ke Koriya Haikya. Guru Mukha Padma Vaikya Chitte Ke Koriya Haikya. Hairana kori o mange asa. Hairana kori o mange asa. Shri Guru Charane Rati Ese Hutama Gante. Shri Guru Charane Rati Ese Hutama Gate. Prasare pure sarva asa. Je prasare pure
sarva sa धन्ना दिलो जे जन्मे जन्मे प्रभु से छकुदाना दिलो जे जन्मे जन्मे प्रभु से देवे ज्ञानारिते प्रकाशितो देवे ज्ञानारिते प्रकाशितो प्रेम भक्ति झाया होइते आविदावि न सजते प्रेम भक्ति झाया होइते आविदावि न सजते Vedegaya Charito Shri Guru Karuna Sindho Hadama Janaira Bando Shri Guru Karuna Sindho Adama Janaira Bando Lokena Lokera Jivana Lokena Lokera Jivana Aha देहो मोरे भाईरा जया ओ हा हा प्रभु गोरा दोया देहो मोरे भाईरा जया हे दयास गुशु त्रिभुवना Deveas Gushu Tribhuvana Prabhupada Patita Pavana Jaya Prabhupada Jaya Prabhupada Jaya Prabhupada Shila Prabhupada Jaya Jaya Prabhupada 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 Jaya Shila Prabhupada Jaya Jaya Prabhupada 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 Jaya Shila Prabhupada Shri Prabhupada ki Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prestaya Bhutale Srimante Bhakti Vedanta Swami Tinamine Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Sunyavari Pashatad Satarine Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Dharadhaira Shivasari Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Dharadhaira Shivasari Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shivasari Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Oh, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Nitai Gaura Haribo, 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 Nitai Gaura Haribo. Nitai Gaura Haribo, 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 Nitai Gaura Haribo. Nitai Gauranga, Nitai Gauranga, Nitai Gauranga, Gaura Hari. Nitai Gauranga, Nitai Gauranga, Nitai Gauranga, Gaura Hari. Nitai Gauranga, Nitai Gauranga, Nitai Gauranga, hey, Gaura Hari. Nitai Gauranga, Nitai Gauranga, Nitai Gauranga, 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 hey, Gaura Hari. Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Srila Prabhupada. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Oh Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Oh Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Oh Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Oh Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Oh Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama. Okay. Anybody else want to sing? Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. Would you like to sing? Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare.
Ramo, 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 Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Hare Rama. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Oh Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Oh Gaura, 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 Hari. 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 Oh Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
O Nitai Gauranga, Nitai Gauranga. Haribo, Gauranga. O Nitai Gauranga, Nitai Gauranga. Gaura, Gaura, Gaura Hari. Hari. Oh, Gaura, Gaura, Gaura Hari. O Nitai Gauranga, Nitai Gauranga. O Nitai Gauranga, Nitai Gauranga. Gaura, Gaura, Gaura Hari. Hey, Gaura, Gaura, Gaura. Haribo, Haribo. Gaura, Gaura, Gaura Hari. Hey. Haribo, Haribo. Oh, Nitai Gauranga, Nitai Gauranga. Oh, Nitai Gauranga, Nitai Gauranga. Hey, 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 hey. Gaura, Gaura, Gaura Hari. Hey. Oh, Nitai Gauranga, Nitai Gauranga. Oh, Nitai Gauranga, Nitai Gauranga. Gaura, Gaura, Gaura Hare. Haribo, Haribo. Gaura, Gaura, Gaura Hare. Right here, right here. Oh, Nitai Gauranga, Nitai Gauranga. Okay, Nitai Gauranga. I can't. Gauranga. Nitai Gauranga, Nitai Gauranga. Gaura, Gaura, Gaura Hare. Oh, Jaya Sachinandana, Jaya Sachinandana. Jaya Sachinandana, Jaya Sachinandana. Gaura, 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 Gaura Hare. Hey, Gaura, 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 Gaura Hare. Oh, Nitai Gauranga, Nitai Gauranga. Oh, Nitai Gauranga, Nitai Gauranga. Gaura, 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 Gaura Hare. Gaura, 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 Gaura Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama. Jai Jai Shri Radha Kalachandji. Oh, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama. Jai Jai Shri Radha Kalachandji ki Jai, Srila Prabhupada ki, Gaura Brahmananda.
Adi Purusham Tamaham Bhajami Govindam Adi Purusham Tamaham Jerusalem, Priya Priti Manti, Vasyanti Panti Kayanti, Jiram Naganti, Ananda Maya Sadhu, Jala Vigrasya, Govindam, Adi Purusham, Amaham Bhajami, 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 Govindam, Adi
Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Daya Koramore Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Daya Koramore Toma bina ke dayalu Jagata samsare Patita pavana hetu Tava avatara Gaura Hari Patita pavana Prabhu Tava avatara Gaura Hari
Mosamopatita Prabhu Napai Beyara Mosamopatita Prabhu Napai Beyara Prabhu Nityananda Premananda Sukhi Prabhu Nityananda Premananda Sukhi Nitai Kripa Bolakana Koro Ami Baradukhi Kripa Barakana Koro Ami Baradukhi Daya Koro Titapati Advaita Gauchai Advaita Daya Koro Titapati Advaita Gauchai Advaita Tava Kripa Bole Pai Chaitanya Nitai Chaitanya Tava Kripa Bole Pai Chaitanya Nitai Chana Rupa Raghunata Chana Chana Ha Swarup Chana Chana Rupa Raghunata Chana Chana Patayuga Chitiva Prabhu Lokanath Patayuga Chitiva Prabhu Lokanath Prabhu Daya Karoti Acharya Prabhu Srinivasa Daya Karoti Acharya Prabhu Srinivasa Ramachandra Sangamage Narotamadas Ramachandra Sangamage Narotamadas Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Jaya Kora More Chaitanya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Jaya Kora More Thoma Vina Ke Dayalo Jagata Samsare Thoma Vina Ke Dayalo Jagata Samsare Patita Pavana Hetu Tava Avatara Pavana Hetu Muktama Patita Prabho Napai Beyara Jaya Nitai Gauranga Jaya Nitai Gauranga Jaya Nitai Gauranga Jaya Nitai Gauranga Jaya Jaya Nitai Gauranga Jaya Nitai Gauranga Jaya Gaurari Jaya Gaurari Jaya Gaurari Gaurari Jaya Gaurari Gaurari Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Bye. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Nacho. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Bye-bye. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Govinda Jaya Jaya, Gopala Jaya Jaya. Govinda Jaya Jaya, Gopala Jaya Jaya. Govinda Jaya Jaya, Gopala Jaya Jaya. Radha Ramana Hari Govinda Jaya Jaya. Radha Ramana Hari Govinda Jaya Jaya. Radha Ramana Hari Govinda Jaya Jaya. Govinda Jaya Jaya, Gopala Jaya Jaya. Govinda Jaya Jaya, Gopala Jaya Jaya. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Everybody, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama. One more time. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Nittai Gaura Hari Bo. Nittai Gaura Hari Bo, Hari Bo, Hari Bo, Nittai Gaura Hari Bo. Jaya Gaura Nittai, Gaura Nittai, Jaya Gaura Nittai, Jaya Gaura Nittai. Jaya Gaura Nittai, Gaura Nittai, Gaura Nittai, Jaya Gaura Nittai. Jaya Sacinandana Gaura Hari, Jaya Sacinandana Gaura Hari, Sacinandana Gaura Hari, Jaya Sacinandana Gaura Hari, Jaya Sacinandana Gaura Hari. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Lullaby. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Jaya Radha, Kala Chanji Radha, Kala Chanji Radhe. Radhe Radhe. Jaya Radha, Kala Chanji Radha, Kala Chanji Radhe. Radhe Radhe. Jaya Radhe, Jaya Radhe, Jaya Radhe, Jaya Shri Radhe. Jaya Radhe, Jaya Radhe, Jaya Radhe, Jaya Shri Radhe. Jaya Radha Govinda Radha Govinda Radhe Govinda. Jaya Jagannath, Jaya Jagannath, Jaya Baladev, Jaya Subhadra. Jaya Jagannath, Jaya Jagannath, Jaya Baladev, Jaya Subhadra. Jaya Gauranitai, Jaya Gauranitai, Gauranitai, Jaya Gauranitai. Jaya Gauranitai, 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 Jaya Gauranitai. Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Srila Prabhupada. Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada. Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Jaya Gurudev, 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 Jaya Jaya Gurudev. Nitai Gaur, Nitai Gaur, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Nitai Gaur, Hari Bol. Go Premanandi, Hari, Go Premanandi, Hari Hari Bol. Go Premanandi, Hari Hari Bol. Jai, Jai. Jayam Vishnupad Paramahansa Purvikacharya Astatara Satta Shri Srimad His Divine Grace Srila A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai. Jayam Vishnupad Paramahansa Purvikacharya Astatara Satta Shri Srimad His Divine Grace Srila Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Goswami Prabhupada Ki Jai. Ananta Koti Vaishnava Binda Ki Jai. Namacharya Srila Haridas Thakur Ki Jai. Prem Se Kaho Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shri Vasudeva Gaur Bhaktavinda Ki Jai. Shri Shri Radha Krishna Gopinath Jai Mukunda Radhakunda Giri Govardhana Ki Jai. Shri Vrindavan Dham Ki Jai. Shri Mayapur Dham Ki Jai. Jamuna Maya Ki Jai. Ganga Maya Ki Jai. Tulsi Maharani Vrinda Devi Ki Jai. Bhakti Devi Ki Jai. Grantha Srimad Bhagavatam Ki Jai. Yuga Dharma Harinam Sankirtan Yagya Ki Jai. Brihambardanga Transcendental Book Distribution Ki Jai. Transcendental Prasadam Distribution Ki Jai. Holy Festival of Gaur Purnima Ki Jai. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu Ki Jai. Gauranga Mahaprabhu Ki Jai. Samaveta Bhakta Vrinda Ki Jai. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to Sri Sri Guru and Gauranga.
So I have to apologize to everyone this morning that Jananda Prabhu was going to be. So I'm like the substitute, a poor substitute for him. So we'll speak a little bit about Lord Chaitanya and some of the pastimes. First, we'll sing the Jai Radha Madhava prayers. Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Jai Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Gopi Jana Balaba Girivada Dari Jai Gopi Jana Balaba Girivada Dari Jashodanandana Brajajana Ranjana Jashodanandana Brajajana Ranjana Jashodanandana Brajajana Ranjana Yamuna Tira Vanachari Yamuna Tira Vanachari Jai Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Jai Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Jai Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Jai Vishnupad Paramahamsa Priya Jakacharya Astutada Satashi Srimad His Divine Grace A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai Vishnupad Paramahamsa Priya Jakacharya Astutada Satashi Srimad His Divine Grace Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Goswami Maharaj Srila Prabhupada Ki Ananta Koti Vaishnava Brinda Ki Namacharya Srila Haridas Thakur Ki Sri Chaitanya Charitamrita Ki, Gaur Premanandi. The Holy Appearance Day of Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu Ki. Okay, so today we'll be speaking from the Adi Leela, chapter 2, text number 9. And so I'll probably just read the Sanskrit and verse and maybe not repeat since we're running so late. It's already 8:30. So is that okay with everyone? We just do that? Okay. So Jaya Jaya Sri Chaitanya Jaya Nityananda Jaya Dvaita Chandra Jaya Gora Bhakta Brinda Jaya Jaya Sri Chaitanya Jaya Nityananda. Jaya Dvaita Chandra Jaya Gora Bhakta Vrinda. Jaya Jaya Sri Chaitanya Jaya Nityananda. Jaya Dvaita Chandra Jaya Gora Bhakta Vrinda. Jai Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu Ki Jai. So text number 9, we can do it and you can repeat, and then I'll just, I won't read word for word, we'll just go right to the purport. So, Nanda Sutta Bale Yanri Bhagavate Gai. Say Krishna Avatirna Chaitanya Goshan. Nanda Sutta Bale Yanre Bhagavate Gai. Say Krishna Avatirna Chaitanya Goshan. Nanda Sutta Bale Yanre Bhagavate Gai. Say Krishna Avatirna Chaitanya Goshan. Okay, so translation. He whom Srimad Bhagavatam describes as the son of Nanda Maharaj has descended to earth as Lord Chaitanya. So according to the rules of rhetoric, this is a purport, according to the rules of rhetorical arrangement for efficient composition in literature, a subject should be mentioned before its predicate. Well, it's pretty heavy, first line. The Vedic literature frequently mentions Brahman, Paramatma, and Bhagavan, and therefore these three terms are widely known as the subjects of transcendental understanding. But it is not widely known that what is approached as the impersonal Brahman is the effulgence of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's transcendental body. Nor is it widely known that the supersoul as Paramatma is only a partial representation of Lord Chaitanya, who is identical with Bhagavan himself. Therefore, the descriptions of Brahman as the effulgence of Lord Chaitanya, Paramatma as his personal representative, and the Supreme Personality of Godhead Krishna as identical with Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu must be verified by evidence from authoritative Vedic literatures. The author wants to establish first that the essence of the Vedas is Vishnu Tattva, the absolute truth, Vishnu, the all-pervading Godhead. The Vishnu Tattva has different categories, of which the highest is Lord Krishna, the ultimate Vishnu Tattva, as confirmed in Bhagavad Gita and throughout the Vedic literature. In the Srimad Bhagavatam, the same Supreme Personality of Godhead, Krishna, is described as Nanda Sutta, the son of King Nanda. Krishna Das Kaviraj Goswami says that Nanda Sutta has again appeared as Lord Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, because the conclusion of the Vedic literature is that there is no difference between Lord Krishna and Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. This the author will prove. If it is thus proved that Sri Krishna is the origin of all tattmas, truths, namely Brahman, Paramatma, and Bhagavan, and that there is no difference between Sri Krishna and Lord Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, it will not be difficult to understand that Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu is also the same origin of all tattvas, the same absolute truth as he is revealed to students of different realizations is called Brahman, Paramatma, and Bhagavan. Om Gana Timiranda Jananjana Shalakaya Chakshur Militam Jena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha Shri Chaitanya Manobhistam Stapitam Jena Bhutale Swayam Rupa Kadamayam Dadati Swapanantikam Vanchakalpa Trubhyascha Kripa Sindhu Bhyevacha Patitanam Pabnyebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha. So this verse, Jaya Jaya Sri Chaitanya Jaya Nityananda, well, you know, a few weeks ago we celebrated the appearance of the Parents' Day of Sri Advaita Acharya. And we know that Sri Advaita Acharya, he descended as Mahavishnu. And one of the reasons for Lord Chaitanya's appearance is due to the prayers of Sri Advaita Acharya. We know that he offered prayers, and he also offered tulsi leaves to bring the Lord down. And then we celebrated the appearance of Lord Nityananda. And just like Lord Balaram appears as Krishna's brother to assist him in his pastimes, this same Balaram appears as Lord Nityananda to assist Lord Chaitanya. And just as Lord Balaram is described as Krishna's second body, Lord Nityananda is also the second body of Lord Chaitanya. And Lord Chaitanya, he states that in order to receive his mercy, in order to get his mercy, one has to first approach Lord Nityananda, because we know that Lord Nityananda is called what? He's called the original guru. So today we're celebrating the Holy Appearance Day of Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. It's called Gaur Pranim. Happy Gaur Pranim to everyone. And many people know about Krishna's appearance, Janmashtami, but not so many people, I mean, it is more and more today, but not so many people know about Lord Chaitanya and his pastimes. And it said that this is mainly for two reasons, because there's really hasn't been so much literature that's been written about Lord Chaitanya. And also because he's known as the hidden incarnation, because Lord Chaitanya never actually said that he's God himself. He's come as like a disciple. So he's known as the hidden incarnation. So today, and then again this evening, we're going to be speaking about Lord Chaitanya and his pastimes. So we know that Krishna, he says he appears to what? To protect the devotees, to annihilate the demons, and to reestablish religious principles. And he said he appears whenever there's a rise in irreligion and a decline in religion. And we know that Krishna, he appeared over 5,000 years ago, along with his brother, Lord Balaram. Now, these two same brothers have descended again as Lord Chaitanya and Lord Nityananda. And they're compared to the sun and the moon, because what is the purpose of the sun and the moon? It's to dissipate darkness. And Srila Prabhupada says this whole world today is in darkness, and they've appeared to dissipate this darkness of ignorance that's come over the world. And we know that Krishna, it says he appears every 1,000 Divya Yugas, and a Divya Yuga is the cycle of all 4 yugas. So every 1,000 of those Divya Yugas, Krishna appears. And so if we think that Lord Chaitanya appeared only 500 years ago, so that's really not that, compared to time, it's really not that long ago. So it says that we really can't estimate the good fortune of being born in this golden age of Lord Chaitanya. And Srila Prabhupada even says that the demigods, they're lining up to be born in Kali Yuga, because they realize how important it is to get this mercy. It's a very special mercy of Lord Chaitanya and Lord Nityananda. It's the mercy that even the most fallen people can actually chant the holy names of the Lord. So we know that when Krishna came, he revealed to us Krishna Prema through the residents of Vrindavan. We know that the residents of Vrindavan, their love for Krishna was completely spontaneous and completely unmotivated. They loved Krishna with all their heart and soul. So when Krishna, and they expected nothing in return. So when Krishna, when he saw this pure love of the Rajavasis, and especially the love of the gopis, and especially of all the gopis, the love of Srimati Radharani, he could see that their only desire was actually to please him. They wanted nothing in return. They just wanted to please Krishna. But he also saw that even though Radha and the gopis' love was unmotivated, still they were enjoying, it says, thousands and thousands of times more bliss and happiness than Krishna himself. So Krishna, when he saw this, he wanted to understand these sweet qualities and experience this unlimited happiness that Srimati Radharani and the gopis were feeling. And he knew that the only way to do that, the only way to understand that, and the only way to experience that was that he would actually have to take her position. So 500 years ago, Krishna came in the mood of Srimati Radharani, in the mood of a devotee. And not just any devotee, he came, like we said, in the mood of Srimati Radharani. So Krishna, he's actually himself in the mood of Srimati Radharani, and he's known as the hidden incarnation. But his coming, we know that throughout the scriptures, that actually a lot of them foretell Krishna's coming. And there's one pastime where Srimati Radharani was, she was with Krishna, and she was sleeping, and she had this dream, about this golden avatar, this golden personality who was dancing. And so when she woke up, she told Krishna, she said, Krishna, I just had this amazing dream. She said, I dreamed about this beautiful personality. He was golden in form, and he had so many devotees dancing that it looked like they were by the Yamuna. It looked like they were by the Vrindavan forest. And when he would call out Srimati Radharani, or he would call out, Krishna, Krishna, where are you? And she said, I thought, well, that must be me. And so then he called out, Krishna, Krishna. And so she said, well, I thought maybe that was you. So she was confused who this great personality was. So she asked Krishna, who is this personality? So Krishna, he took his Kaustubha jewel and he just kind of held it up. And when she looked in the Kaustubha jewel, she could see this very pastime that she had just dreamed. This whole pastime was just going on. So she could understand at that time, actually, it's both of us. You came as both of us. So this was Srimati Radharani's dream. It kind of foretold the appearance of Lord Chaitanya. And so we know that when Krishna and Balaram came, it says, as we mentioned, they came to protect the devotees and kill the demons and reestablish the religious principles. So Lord Chaitanya and Lord Nityananda, they also came for that same purpose. But the difference was they didn't come to actually kill the demons. They came with the mentality that people have. Therefore, we know that Krishna is known as the most merciful incarnation because he came, even the most fallen sinners, he gave them the chance to actually, he inaugurated this Yuga Dharma for this age, which is Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. So the chanting of the holy names of Krishna, Lord Chaitanya gave this freely to everyone. So in the year of 1486, Lord Chaitanya, he appeared in the home of Jagannath Mishra and Mother Sachi Devi. And at the time of his appearance, there was like millions of people were actually chanting because there was this actual lunar eclipse. And normally in Navadvip at that time, Navadvip was like the center of learning. It said that there was more students than you could count there in Navadvip, and more teachers also. And it was the center of education, of knowledge. But the problem is that the knowledge that the people were giving out was knowledge of how to actually become more wealthy, how to worship the demigods, and how to gain fame and wealth. No one was actually chanting Krishna's name except for a very few devotees, and so no one was really actually practicing devotional service. But because of this lunar eclipse, people, when they went into the Ganga, that's the only time they would actually chant Krishna's name, is when they went in to bathe in the Ganga. So at the time of the eclipse, everybody was chanting Hari, Hari, and chanting Krishna's name. So at this time is when Krishna actually appeared. And it says that when Krishna appeared, many of the demigods, they came down to see him. And nobody could really tell that they were demigods because sometimes they couldn't really even see them, or there were so many people that came to Jagannath Mishra's house that they would kind of like blend in with the people. So many demigods came down to see the birth of Lord Chaitanya. And so the father of Sachi Devi was Nilambara Chakravarti. And So he was the father of Mother Sachi, and so he came and he was going to do the whole ceremony for the birth, and he also came to give the name for Lord Chaitanya, to give him his first name. So he actually called him Vishvambara, and Vishvambara, when Lord Chaitanya appeared, there was a lot of famine, a lot of not so nice things going on. And so as soon as Lord Chaitanya appeared, rains came, everything became prosperous. So he was named Maintainer of the Universe. And then the ladies, they wanted to call him Nimai. So most of the ladies, they like to call him Nimai. So when Lord Chaitanya, when he was like only 4 months old, Lord Chaitanya was a rascal just like Krishna. He did so many rascal-like things, just like Krishna did. So when he was only 4 months old, when Mother Sachi and Jagannath Mishra would be out of the room, he would get up and he would take the pots and he'd pour the ghee out on the floor. He would pour the milk out and then scatter rice on the floor. And as soon as he heard them coming back in, he would jump right back in bed and act like he's just asleep, So when they would come in and they would see this, they would think, who did this? It must have been some demon that tried to come in and he did this. And because we've said prayers to protect Lord Chaitanya, the demon must have gotten upset that he couldn't do anything to Lord Chaitanya, so he destroyed all these pots and everything. So this is just one of the pastimes in the very, very early age of Lord Chaitanya. So we all know the story that when he started to actually crawl, he would crawl out into outside the house, and once this big snake came through the courtyard, and so when Lord Chaitanya, when Nimai saw the snake, the snake actually coiled up, and Nimai got on top of it and sat on the snake. And we know that actually the snake was actually Lord Balaram's and not the Sesh. And when the parents saw that, they didn't know what to do. You were all like screaming, so they ran and they grabbed Nimai, and the snake started to go off, and Nimai tried to grab him. He would pull the snake back, and this pastime went on until they could pull Nimai away from the snake. And a lot of times, Lord Chaitanya, or little Nimai, he would start to cry, and the only way they could get him to stop crying was how kids? Who could answer? Okay, how did they? Yeah, what did they chant? Hari, Hari. So when they would do that, Krishna would stop crying. So in this way, Lord Chaitanya would entice the people to continue to chant his holy names. And he would also sometimes, he would dance. And the ladies would love to watch Lord Chaitanya dance because he was such a beautiful child. And he would sometimes also go out into the village, and he would ask for if someone had bananas or if they had some sweet or something. They would always give sweets to little Nimai. Nobody could turn him down. He was just so beautiful. And he would bring these things back to the ladies, and if they chanted Hare Krishna, he would give them a sweet, or he would give them a banana or something. So in this way, again, he would always entice everyone to chant the name of Krishna. And so it says that little Nimai, when he actually started walking, here, like I said, he was kind of a rascal like Krishna was. He did many of the same type of pastimes Krishna did when he was here. He said he would go into the neighbors' houses and he would steal the milk. He would take the milk and drink the milk, or he would steal the yogurt, butter, or if they didn't have any, he would take the pots and he would break them on the floor. And sometimes he would even urinate on the floor. And so then when they would catch Nimai, he would say, oh, I'm so sorry, please forgive me. I'll never, ever do this again, please, please. And they couldn't turn, he was just so sweet, they couldn't say no to him, so they couldn't chastise him. So they let him go, and then the next day he'd be out doing the same thing again. So he'd always get away with it, though, because he would just beg them for forgiveness. So one time Nehemiah was in the village. He would walk around to all the marketplaces and everything, and these two thieves saw him, and they saw he had golden bangles on, and they thought, wow, we can take this child, and because they didn't see anyone that was with little Nehemiah. So they came up to him and they said, introduced themselves and said, we're going to take you home. And little Nehemiah said, yeah, let's go home. So they put Nehemiah on their shoulder and they were taking him home. But by his Yogamaya, potency, instead of taking him home, they were actually taking him right back to Jagannath Mishra's house. But they didn't realize this. So they were taking little Nehemiah on his shoulders, and he was saying, yes, let's go home. So finally, when they arrived right in front of Jagannath Mishra's house, and everybody was looking for little Nehemiah because they had nobody knew where he was, and they were all running around panicking, looking for him. And then finally, the thieves, when they actually came to their consciousness. They thought, wow, what did we do? We brought him back to Jagannath Mishra's house. So they ran away, and then Krishna ran over to his father, and so they were looking for these who brought the little Nehemiah back. And so someone said, I saw two men bring him back, but they ran away. And they were thinking, well, why didn't these men stay? And we could have given them some type of reward or something. But actually, Prabhupada says their reward was that they actually got to carry the Lord himself, Lord, Chaitanya, on their shoulders. So they got such great benefit from this. These thieves did later on in their lives just by touching Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. So once there was this Brahmin that he came to. This Brahmin would just travel around, and he had like a Gopal deity and a Shalagram Shila he carried around his neck. And this Brahmin would just go around just chanting Hare Krishna and just traveling all over the country. So he came to Jagannath Mishra's house, and Jagannath Mishra could see that he was a very advanced devotee. So he washed his feet, and he actually offered prayers to the Brahmin. And so he asked this Brahmin, he said, I would be very pleased if you would please cook a meal, and we'll arrange the kitchen for you, and please cook a meal for yourself. And the Brahmin said, well, I just usually eat, nuts and fruits and, roots and stuff like that because I travel so much. But he agreed. He went and he cooked a meal. And so he took the plate and was sitting it down, and he was sitting there, and he was getting ready to offer it. And when he started offering, he opened his eyes, and there was little Nehemiah, completely naked, no clothes, had dirt all over him, and he was just grabbing the rice off the plate and eating it. And the Brahmin just screamed out, wow, this boy has destroyed my offering. So when Jagannath Mishra came in, he saw that Nehemiah was standing there, and he was eating right off the plate that was being offered. So he took a stick, and he was going to whip Nehemiah. And so the Brahmin said, no, he's just a child, don't you understand? He doesn't really know the difference between right and wrong, so you can't chastise him. Don't worry, I'll just eat some fruit. So Jagannath Mishra, he was feeling terrible, and he thought, I have to satisfy this Brahmin. So he begged him to please cook again. So finally, after much begging, the Brahmin agreed he'd cook again. So they went and cleaned the kitchen up. Brahmin cooked another meal. And so they said, this time, take Nehemiah away. Take him so he's not around. So the ladies took him to a different place, and so Nehemiah was entertaining the ladies. He was dancing and everything. Then the ladies got to talking, and Nehemiah kind of slipped away. So the Brahmin, he takes the plate, he's getting ready to do the offering again, and as soon as he opens his eyes, there's little Nehemiah again eating right off the plate. So the Brahmin again screams out, this boy has ruined my offering. So this time Jagannath Mishra was really mad. So he starts chasing little Nehemiah around the house, trying to catch him around the courtyard. And so the people, Jagannath Mishra's family says, no, you can't, spank him. He's just a little boy. And then the Brahmin comes up and again convinces Jagannath Mishra not to punish Nehemiah. So he begs him to please cook one more time, but the Brahmin says, no, I've already cooked twice, so I'm not going to, I'll just eat some fruit. So then who comes in but Vishvambar? Vishvambar is Nehemiah's brother, older brother. And it says that he's actually an expansion of Lord Nityananda. He was so beautiful, and all he did was travel and preach and talk about Krishna. So when this Brahmin saw him, he thought, whose son is this? He's just so beautiful and so knowledgeable. And so he and the Brahmin sat down and talked for a while, and Vishwambar, he convinced this Brahmin to cook one more time. He said, if you don't, my father is going to be so sad. So he finally convinced him to cook one more time. So the Brahmin did. He went and he cooked one more meal. So this time they took Nimai and they locked him in a room, and they locked the door from the outside, and Jagannath Mishra sat right in front of the doors. And so the ladies were in there with him, and they said, there's no way he can, disturb the offering this time. So the Brahmin sets the plate down, he starts to offer it, and due to his yoga nidra potency, Nimai causes everybody to go to sleep. Just like when Krishna was leaving the prison, he caused everybody to go to sleep. And so little Nimai came in, and so the Brahmin is offering, and he opens his eyes, and there's Nimai one more time, eating. And so the Brahmin starts to yell out, and Nimai says, you don't understand that each time you've offered this, I've come. You've called for me to accept this offering, and I've come to accept the offering, and then you get upset. He said, you don't understand that. And then he showed this Brahmin his 8-armed form. And then he showed him the whole room turned into Vrindavan. There were cowherd boys there were gopis, there was Vrindavan forest, and the Brahmin was just like amazed. And he fainted. And so Lord Chaitanya, Nimai touched him, and the Brahmin came back to consciousness. And Nimai told him, you've served me when I was in the house of Nanda Maharaj. You came, and I also took your offering at that time. So you've served me in so many lifetimes. He said, but I've shown you this form now. He said, but you cannot tell anyone else. You can't tell anyone what you saw here, because like we said, he's the hidden incarnation. So he didn't want anybody to know that he was actually the Supreme Personality of Godhead. So the Brahmin stayed there, and he would every day get to see Lord Chaitanya and Lord Chaitanya's pastimes. So when Nimai, when he got a little older, he went to school and amazed everyone with you tell him something once and he had it. And in our day, if boys get into an argument, what do they usually do? They start, okay, let's do the fisticuffs things, let's fight. But in that time, since there were so many students and everything, Nimai they would get into arguments with other boys, but instead of trying to fight, they would actually have a debate, and whoever won the debate was actually the winner. So no one could defeat Nimai in debate, and all his friends, they were so proud of Nimai. And so they would, after school, they would go to the Ganga. And when they would go to the Ganga, they would, Nimai would jump in the water there, and so there would be like Brahmins there chanting their Gayatri or whatever, and Nimai would splash water on the Brahmins. And he would do so many things to disturb all the different people that were there bathing in the Ganga. And so the Brahmins, they came to Jagannath Mishra and they said, you have to control your son. And they started telling him some of the things that Nimai would do, like when a Brahmin would be standing in the Ganga chanting Gayatri, Nimai would get on his shoulders and he would jump off the Brahmin's shoulders. And then he would actually steal the clothes from the men and mix them with the clothes of the women. And so he would mix up all the clothes. And then he would, when someone they would bathe in the Ganga, and when they would come out, Nimai would throw sand on them, or he would spit on them, actually. And then they'd have to go back in the Ganga and bathe again. And so the one was saying, he stole my Bhagavad Gita. And another one said, I was doing an offering and he came up and ate. So many things they were telling about Nimai, what a rascal he was. And the boys also, they were going right along with Nimai. So and then the girls, they came to Mother Sachi and they said, you've got to do something about this Nimai. he comes up to us and he'll put these things in our hair that is like little, we used to call them cuckleburrs. It was like little things you put in the hair, and they're sticky so you can't get them out of the hair. And the same thing, he would come up to us and he would throw sand on us, or he would tell us, I want to marry you, I'm going to marry you. And so he would do all these things to the girls also. And so Sachi said, don't worry, we'll correct him. So Jagannath Mishra, one day Nimai's doing all these things, and the men came to him and told him. And so Jagannath Mishra takes a stick and he's going to chastise Nimai. And so the boys, actually the girls came and they said, Nimai, Jagannath Mishra is coming right now. And so Nimai told the boys, he said, when Jagannath Mishra, my father, comes, he said, tell him that I was never here. Tell him I never came to the Ganga today. So he runs away, and so Jagannath Mishra comes up and he asks the boys, where is he? And he said, they saw him, he stayed at school, he didn't come today. And so Jagannath Mishra is looking for him, and so a little while later, Nimai comes walking home, and he got the same clothes when he went to school. Nothing was wet, his hair wasn't wet, he had like little ink spots on him where he was studying, and he goes up and he sits on Jagannath Mishra's lap, and he says, and Jagannath Mishra says, Nimai, why do you do these things to these Brahmins and do so many rascal things to these people? And he said, Father, I didn't go to the Ganga today. I never went there. Look, I just studied. And it's like a father or a mother when the son comes up to him and they're looking at him in the eye and they're just smiling and their little baby and they're saying, I didn't do that, So sure enough, Jagannath Mishra, he said, obviously he did these things because the Brahmins would not lie. He said, but look at Nimai, his hair's not wet, he doesn't look like he even went to the Ganga. So Jagannath Mishra started having some kind of hint that maybe this Nimai is the Supreme Lord, maybe he is Lord Narayan. So this is some of the pastimes that Lord Chaitanya would do. And so once Mother Ganga, she saw that Krishna would always go and bathe in the Yamuna. So she did this tapasya, she did these austerities because she wanted also to have that same mercy that Krishna was giving to the Yamuna. So she performed these austerities, and then Krishna, he gave her a blessing that he said in Kali Yuga, he said Radha and Krishna are going to appear as Gauranga Mahaprabhu, and they're going to perform this same Braja Leela in Navadvip. And he said, you'll be there to assist him in every way. And we know that, like we said during the eclipse, that the people, they went and they actually bathed in the Ganga. And Lord Chaitanya and his friends, they would go and they would play, just like we described in the Ganga. So it says, when Lord Chaitanya, when he would go to Bengal, he said, in this age of Kali, he says, I come in two forms. He said, as wood and as water. And he said, as wood, I come as who? Who does he come in as wood? Lord Jagannath, yes. And as water, I come as Mother Ganga. Who have come to deliver the fallen souls of sins and give love for Krishna. And when Lord Chaitanya, when he was walking, he was going to Bengal, and he said, I'm going to Bengal for two reasons. I'm going to see my mother Sachi, and I'm going to see my mother Ganga Devi. So in this way, he blessed the Ganga. And so Mother, the wife of Raghava Pandit, Mother Damayanti, one of the preparations that she would make every year, she would go to the Ganga and she would collect all this mud from the bottom of the Ganga. And she would dry this mud out, and after drying it, she would filter it into like a fine powder, and she would add some spices to it, and then she would add a little Ganga water, and she would roll it into balls. And she would then put this in a bag, and she would give this bag to Lord Chaitanya, and Lord Chaitanya would eat this. He would, as he was traveling around, he would keep this bag of these little balls of Ganga mud, and he would eat these as prasadam. So, in this way, he continually blessed Mother Ganga. Every year, the devotees would go to Puri because Lord Chaitanya was staying in Puri. And every year they would go there, and there was this devotee named Shivananda Sain, and he would organize this large group of devotees to actually go to travel to Puri to see Lord Chaitanya. And so he also had this Shivananda Sain, he had a dog, and so he would take care of this dog and he would feed this dog. And so once he had to travel somewhere, and when he came back, he asked his servant, "Did you feed the dog today?" And the servant said, "Oh, no, I forgot to feed the dog." And so the Shivananda Sain, he was very upset because no one could find where the dog went. So everyone, he sent men out. The importance of associating with advanced devotees. By getting the association of Shivananda Sain and getting the association, of course, of Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, this dog was able to chant Hare Krishna. It says that when the dog left, he actually went back to Vaikuntha from getting the association of these pure devotees. And the second thing we learn from this is the power of taking prasadam. Because as the potency of taking prasadam is to cleanse the heart of a person without even them knowing it. It says when someone takes prasadam, they may not even know that it's prasadam, but still they make so much spiritual advancement just from taking prasadam. And it brings them actually to the mode of goodness. And when they get to this stage of mode of goodness, they're able to actually understand transcendental knowledge. So it says that when Srila Prabhupada, when he first started this Krishna consciousness movement, it said he didn't really give any rules or regulations to the devotees in the beginning. He just said, just take prasadam and chant Hare Krishna, basically. And it says a few years later, there were several devotees that were sitting around in a room with Srila Prabhupada. And Srila Prabhupada, he went around the room one by one, and he asked them, he said, "So how did you come to Krishna consciousness?" And it says, every one of them, to the last person, said, through prasadam, Srila Prabhupada. And mostly it was like halava. Usually it's halava that you get. So Prabhupada said, see, just every one of you devotees came to Krishna consciousness through prasadam. And Prabhupada says, this is my secret weapon, is prasadam. So, and then the third lesson we learn is chanting the holy names. We know that by chanting Hare Krishna, that's the Yuga Dharma for this age, and it's purifying the soul. And he says by these three processes, although they're performed without even our knowledge sometimes, or education, even an animal like this dog could go back to Godhead. So these are the three things we learn from this story of this dog. So I got more pastimes, but I'll kind of skip. Once Lord Chaitanya was performing this amazing kirtan at the house of Srivas Pandit. And while they were performing this kirtan, all of a sudden Srivas Pandit heard some crying in the next room. So he went to the next room, and his wife was there, and the ladies were there, and actually his son had passed away. His son had died. And so Srivas Pandit said, don't disturb the kirtan. Whatever you do, even though his son had just passed away, he said, whatever you do, don't disturb Lord Chaitanya's kirtan. So the kirtan went on, and then later after the kirtan, Lord Chaitanya could sense something was wrong, and he asked Srivas Pandit, what's wrong? I can see that some of the ladies are sad. And he said, oh, there's nothing wrong. He said, let's just do kirtan. And then Lord Chaitanya found out that actually Srivas Pandit's son had passed away. And so he thought, how indebted he was to Srivas Pandit, that even though his son had passed away, he didn't want to disturb Lord Chaitanya and disturb the kirtan. So Lord Chaitanya, he actually started to cry, and he went into where the son was, and he said, he told the son to wake up. And the boy did. He raised up, and he said, why have you left? And so the boy explained that, I do whatever you want, Lord. It's time for me to, I've had so many mothers, so many fathers, so it's time for me to take another birth somewhere else. So he explained all this, and so Lord Chaitanya gave him his blessings, and the boy he said, you can go now. So the boy actually passed away again, and Lord Chaitanya performed the rites for this boy. But he was so impressed because of the unconditional love that Srivas Pandit had for him, that he wouldn't even disturb the kirtan, even though his son had passed away. So I got more stories, but we'll end here. So today, and especially today and every day, we should pray to Lord Chaitanya and Lord Nityananda to try to get their mercy, because without their mercy, we can't attain the real goal of life, which is what? Is to reawaken our love for God, our love for Krishna. And there's a prayer we sing when we offer the food, Namo Mahavananyaya Krishna Prema Pradayate Krishnaya Krishna Chaitanya Namane Guru Twishe Namaha. And the meaning of this prayer is, I offer my respectful obeisances unto the Supreme Lord Sri Krishna Chaitanya, who is more magnanimous than any other avatar, even Krishna himself, because he is bestowing freely what no one else has ever given, pure love of Krishna. He's given us the pure love of Krishna through this Maha Mantra. So we should try to remember, think of Lord Chaitanya and these pastimes throughout the day. The schedule for today is the rest of the day we'll be doing readings. And then at 5:30 there's kirtan. And then at 6 o'clock there's Abhishek. And then at 6:30 there's a class. And then at 7 o'clock we'll do parikram like we usually do around the block with Lord Chaitanya and Lord Nityananda. We're doing the parikram, and then after that we'll have a feast. So thank everyone for coming again today, and please try to do extra reading, extra chanting, and thinking of Lord Chaitanya and these pastimes, and then we'll all come together later on. Prabhu ki jai, Gaur Pranim Prabhu ki jai. Oh, does anyone have any questions? I'm sorry.
Yeah, please.
Yeah.
I was wondering why God would be a bad boy. You know, like
So we
Krishna
can
says in
remember his-
Bhagavad Gita that the whatever a great person does, common men follow. And you mentioned some of Lord Chaitanya's mischief.
Yeah.
We know that. Babu. Chaitanya also would come to the Brahmins, grab their legs and pull them under. And then he would urinate in their food. And then he would lock people inside their houses from the outside so that they couldn't get out. This seems like a lot of juvenile delinquency. Why would Lord God perform like that?
Yeah. I mean, it's so we can remember his pastimes, you know. I mean, these are, you know, he's the Lord. He has no rules or regulations for the Lord, you know. So by these pastimes, we can remember he's, you know, it's just like we just celebrated Madhavendra Puri's, you know, and what did Krishna, you know, Krishna stole the cure for him, you know. So, I mean, my answer, I guess, would be that it's just so we can remember these pastimes and remember the Lord, you know. He's the butter thief. Anyone else have any comments on why Krishna was such a rascal, or Lord Chaitanya was such a rascal? What do you think, Mishra Prabhu? Why? What would be your answer? Okay. Yeah, I mean, it's he's the Lord, you know, and even when he did these things, when Lord, when they went to Jagannath Mishra, all these Brahmins, and he would say, "I'm going to punish him." They'd say, "No, no, no. These we actually like him doing these things. We like him having these pastimes with us." So they weren't, you know. They weren't offended at all by this. They enjoyed the fact that Lord Chaitanya was, you know, pulling their legs under the water and doing all these things. And they even told Jagannath Mishra, didn't want him to punish Lord Chaitanya because these were wonderful pastimes that they were able to be involved with Lord Chaitanya. So I think that's why. So. Yes?
Pastimes he performed only when he was a child and not later on in his life. So maybe to show that as a child he is like a child. He performs childlike pastimes. He's not like the common perception of the God, always the same. So as a child he performed childlike pastimes, and as an adult he showed.
Yeah, children are naturally naughty.
Also, to add the point on this, like any child's innocent activities are forgiven. So, I mean, it's not like, I mean, whatever a child does, it's not like he's chastised very
Right.
much for that. So,
Yeah, good point. Yeah, yeah. Children do some naughty things sometimes, but we just know that they're a child, and so yeah, wonderful pastimes. And it's so far out how he was did so much like what Krishna did during his pastimes. So.
yeah, and also like doing these childlike pastimes, he was able to reciprocate with all like Brahmanas.
Exactly.
And all.
Yeah, and they loved it. Yeah, it was. Anyone else, ladies? Anybody have a question or comment? Okay, thank you. Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu ki jai.
वीर धीर जन प्रिय कृष्ण कीर्तन गान नर्तन प्रभु प्रेमामृताम बनिधि धीर धीर जन प्रिय वो प्रिय करो पूजित चैतन्य कृपा भरौ भुवि भुव भारा वहन तारक वंदे रूप सनातन रघुजुगो श्री जीव गोपालक वंदे रूप सनातन रघुजुगो भगवानक कृष्ण कीर्तन गान कीर्तन गान नर्तन परम प्रेम वीर वीर जन प्रिय प्रिय करो निर्मा पूजितम चैतन्य कृपा भरौ श्री चैतन्य कृपा भरौ भुवि भुव मारव अंतरक वंदे रूप सनातन रघुजुगौ श्री भगवानक शास्त्र विचार नहीं पुनः सद्धर्म संस्थापक लोकानां हितकारिणं त्रिभुवने मन्नं शरण करो विचारणैकनिपुना तद्धर्म संस्थापक लोकानां हितकारिणां त्रिभुवने मन्नं शरणाकर विचारणैकनिपुना तद्धर्म संस्थापक लोकानां हितकारिणां त्रिभुवने मन्नं शरणाकर श्री चैतन्य कृपा बरौ लोकानां हितकारिणां त्रिभुवने मन्नं शरणाकर विचारणैकनिपुनं तद्धर्म संस्थापक लोकानां हितकारिणां त्रिभुवने मन्नं शरणाकर राधा कृष्ण राधा कृष्ण पदारविन्दौ भजनामृतौ राधा कृष्ण पदारविन्दौ भजना नंदेन मत्तालिका वंदे रूप सनातनं रघुजुगौ कृष्ण कीर्तन गान नतर परौ प्रेम वीर वीर जनप्रिय श्री चैतन्य कृपा भरौ वंदे रूप सनातनं रघुजुगौ वासुदेव वासुदेव सुतराज्य लक्ष्मी धर्मीश्च आजबदस दददाद रन्ना तक्वा मंडलस्यनी सदा तुच्छव भूत्वा दीनगणे सतो करुणया मंडलपति शनि सदा तुच्छव भूत्वा दीनगणेशको करुणया कौपीनकण्ठास्थितौ गोपी भावरसामृताब्दलहरी भावरसामृताब्दलहरी कल्लो लमग्नं मोहन वन्दे रूप सनातन रघुजुगौ श्रीजी भगो बालक राधे हे राधे ब्रज देविके च हे नंदसूना कुतः राधे ब्रज देविके च ललिते हे नंदसूनः कुतः श्री गोवर्धन पादपतले कालिंदी वने कुतः राधे ब्रज देविके च ललिते हे नंदसूनः कुतः श्री गोवर्धन पादपतले कालिंदी वने कुतः गोसंतापिते गो संतापिते सर्वतो ब्रजपुरे खेदई विह्वलौ वन्दे रूप सनातन रघुयुगल गो संतापिते सर्वतो ब्रजपुरे खेदई महाविह्वलौ वन्दे रूप सनातन रघुयुगल बालक कृष्ण कीर्तन गान रतन परम प्रेमामृतम मणिधि धीर धीर जन प्रिय प्रियकर हिमांसर पूजित श्री चैतन्य कृपा भर भुवि भुव हरः वहन तारक वन्दे रूप सनातन जगजुग आहा प्रभु नित्यानंदा प्रेमानंद सुखी कृपया अवलोकन कर आमी भजन दुखी दया कर सीतापति दया कर सीतापति अद्वैत
कृपा बोले परी तब कृपा बोले दया अदो सीतापति अद्वैत गोसाई तब पावले पाई चैतन्य कई गायकार सीतापति अद्वैत गोसाई तब पावले पाई चैतन्य कई सनातन नरोत्तम स्वरूप सनातन रूप रघुना जीव श्री जीव प्रभु रघुना दया करो श्रीयाचार्य श्रीनिवा राम चंद्र संग मागे दया करो श्रीयाचार्य प्रभु श्रीनिवा राम चंद्र संग मागे दया कर मणि तुम्ही बिना के दयाल जग दयाल जग Raja Vrindavan Govinda Krishna Madhana Jaya Radhe Jaya Krishna Jaya Vrindavan Govinda Jaya Radhe Jaya Krishna Jaya Vrindavan Shri Govinda Gopinath Bhagavan Jaya Vrindavan Shri Govinda Gopinath Bhagavan Jaya Jaya Gopi Sada Vrindavanama Jaya Jaya Krishna Sakha Vatu Vijara Jaya Jaya Gopi Sada Vrindavanama Jaya Jaya Krishna Sakha Vatu Vijara Jaya Jaya Rama Ghat Rohini Nandan Jaya Jaya Vrindavana Vasi Jatvaja Jaya Patni Jaya Naga Kandagan Jaya Jaya Dija Patni Naga Kandagan Bhakti Jahara Paila Govinda Chara Jaya Dija Patni Jaya Naga Kandagan Bhakti Jahara Paila Govinda Chara Siracho Mandala Jaya Jaya Ramacha Siracho Mandala Jaya Jaya Radhacha Jaya Jaya Rasa Dina Jaya Jaya Rasa Dina Sadhamana Jaya Advarasasan Parvati Aranaha Radete Pota Jannabi Adapama Pariyasmara Jannabi Pada Padma Karishma Dinakhi Sadhata Hari Dinakhi Sarasa Baye Namakam Tikam Jaya Radhe Jaya Vrindavan Govinda Gopina Dasamati Nandana Brajabada Nagara Gokula Ranjana Kana Gamati Nandana Brajabada Nagara Gokula Ranjana Kana Dasamati Nandana Brajabada Nagara Gokula Ranjana Kana Gopi Parana Dhana Magana Manahara Kaliya Damana Vidhana Gopi Parana Dhana Madana Manahara Kaliya Damana Vidhana Dasamati Nandana Brajabada Nagara Dasamati Nandana Brajabada Nagara Gopi Parana Dhana Parana Dhana Madana Manahara Kaliya Damana Vidhana Dasamati Nandana Brajabada Nagara Amaya Harinam Amya Vilasa Dipina Purangara Nabina Nagara Mana Manki Madana पुरंदर नवीन नगर बर बंशी मगन दशमति नंदन ब्रजवर नागर गोकुल रंजन दशमति नंदन ब्रजवन जन पालना असुरनाशन नंद को धन रखवाला जन पालना असुरनाशन नंद को धन रखवाला गोविंद माधव नवनीत दर्शन गोविंद माधव नवनीत दर्शन नंद गोपाला गोविंद माधव नवनीत दर्शन गोविंद माधव नवनीत दर्शन नंद गोपाला दशमति नंदन ब्रजवर नागर दशमति नंदन ब्रजवर नागर गोकुल रंजन दशमति नंदन ब्रजवर नागर गोकुल रंजन राम नत चरा जामुन तट चरा ओमी वचन हरा दास रसिक कृपम चरा गोपी वसन हरा रास रसिक कृपमा श्री राधा वल्लभ वृंदावन रटव श्री राधा वल्लभ वृंदावन रटव भक्ति बिना गजसायम श्री राधा वल्लभ वृंदावन रटव श्री राधा वल्लभ वृंदावन रटव भक्ति बिना गजसायम दशमति नंदन ब्रजवर नागर गोकुल रंजन दशमति नंदन ब्रजवर नागर गोकुल रंजन गोपी परानंदन मदन मनोहर कालिय दमन विधान गोपी परान धन मदन मनोहर कालिय दमन विधान दक्षामती नंदन ब्रजबदनागर गोकुल नंदन दक्षामती नंदन ब्रजबदनागर गोकुल नंदन गोपी बचन हर रास रसिक की राम न तट चल गोपी बसन हार रास रसिक की श्री राधा वल्लभ वृंदावन नट श्री राधा वल्लभ वृंदावन नट भक्ति विनोद श्री राधा वल्लभ नट भक्ति विनोद समति नंदन ब्रज बदनागर गोकुल नंदन समति नंदन चिंतामणि प्रकर सदमसु कल्पवृक्ष लक्षावृतेषु सुरभिरभिपालयन्तम् लक्ष्मी सहस्रशतो संभ्रम सेव्यमानम् गोविंदम आदिपुरुषं तमां भजामि चिंतामणि प्रकर सदमसु कल्पवृक्षलक्षावृतेषु रविपालयन्तम् लक्ष्मी सहस्रशत संभ्रम सेव्यमानम् गोविन्दम् आदिपुरुषं तमां भजामि वेनं कन्वन्तं अरविन्ददलयताक्षं वेनं कन्वन्तं अरविन्ददलयताक्षं समसितां बुधसुन्दराङ्गम् कंदर्पकोटि कमनीय विशेष शोभं गोविंदम आदि पुरुषं तमहं भजामि चिंतामणि प्रकर सद्मसु कल्पवृक्ष लक्षावृतेषु सुरभिरवि पालयन्तम् लक्ष्मी सहस्रशत संभ्रम सेव्यमानं गोविन्दम् आदिपुरुषं तमहं भजामि आलोलचन्द्रकलश वनमाल वंशी रत्नांगदं प्रणय कैली कलाविलासं श्यामं त्रिभंगललितं नियत प्रकाशं आदिपुरुषं तमहं भजामि चिंतामणि प्रकर सद्मसु कल्पवृक्षलक्षावृतेषु सुरभि पालयन्तम् लक्ष्मी सहस्रशत संभ्रम सेव्यमानं गोविन्दम् आदिपुरुषं तमहं भजामि गोविन्दम् आदिपुरुषं तमहं भजामि गोविन्दम् आदिपुरुषं तमहं भजामि चिंतामणि अंगानि यस्य सकलेन्द्रियवृत्तिमन्ति पश्यन्ति पान्ति कलयन्ति चिरं जगन्ति अंगानि यस्य सकलेन्द्रियवृत्तिमन्ति पश्यन्ति पान्ति कलयन्ति चिरं जगन्ति आनंद चिन्मय सदु जल विग्रहस्य गोविन्दं आदि पुरुषं तमहं भजामि चिंतामणि प्रकर सद्मसु कल्पवृक्ष लक्षावृतेषु सुरभि रवि पालयन्तम् लक्ष्मी सहस्रशत संभ्रम सेव्यमानं गोविन्द Govindam Adipurusham Tamaham Bhajami 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 Chintamani Prakara Sadmashu Kalpavriksha Rakhabritesu Suraviravipaalayantam Chintamani Vandeham Shri Guru Shri Juta Padakamalam Shri Gurum Vaishnavansam Shri Rupam Chakrajatam Sahagana Raghunathanvitam Tvam Sajivam Sadvaitam Savadhutam Parijana Sahitam Krishna Chaitanya Devam Sri Radha Krishna Padam Sagana Lalita Sri Vishakhanikanstam Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhar Sivasadi Gaur Bhakta Vrindam Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhar Sivasadi Gaur Bhakta Vrindam Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhar Srivasadi Gaur Bhakta Vrindam Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, संसार दावानल निरलोका तराय कारुण घनाघनत्यम् प्राप्त सकलन गुणान्नवश वन्दे गुरश्री चरणारविन्दम् महाप्रभु कीर्तन नित्य गीता बादित्रमाजन्मन सोरसेना रोमाञ्चकं पाशुतरङ्गभाजो वन्दे गुरश्री चरणारविन्दम् संसार दावानलनिरलोका प्राणाय कारुण्य घनाघनत्यम् प्राप्त सकलन गुणार्णवश वन्दे गुरश्री चरणारविन्दम् श्रीविग्रहाराधन नित्यनाना सिंगारतन मंदिर मार्जनादौ श्री विग्रहाराधन नित्यनाना सिंगारतन मंदिर मार्जनादौ युक्तश्च भक्तांश्च निजुञ्जतोऽपि वन्दे गुरश्री चरणारविन्दम् युक्तश्च भक्तांश्च निजुञ्जतोऽपि वन्दे गुरश्री चरणारविन्दम् संसारदावानलनिरलोका प्राणाय कारुण्य घनाघनत्यम् प्राप्त सकल्यान गुणार्णवश वन्दे गुरश्री चरणारविन्दम् चतुर्विधासी भगवत्प्रसाद सद्वान्नचित्तं हरिभक्तसङ्घान् चतुर्विधासी भगवत्प्रसाद सद्वान्नचित्तं हरिभक्तसङ्घान् तृप्तैव तृप्तिं भजत सदैव तृप्तैव तृप्तिं भजत सदैव वन्दे गुरश्री चरणारविन्दम् वन्दे गुरश्री चरणारविन्दम् वन्दे गुरश्री चरणारविन्दम् श्रीराधिका माधवयरपार माधुर्यलीला गुणरूपनाम्नाम् श्रीराधिका माधवयरपार माधुर्यलीला गुणरूपनाम्नाम् प्रतीक्षण स्वादन ललोपश प्रतीक्षण स्वादन ललोपश वन्दे गुरश्री चरणारविन्दम् वन्दे गुरश्री चरणारविन्दम् वन्दे गुरश्री चरणारविन्दम् संसारदावानलनिरलोका प्राणाय कारुण्य घनाघनत्यम् प्राप्त सकल्यान गुणान्नवश वन्दे गुरश्री चरणारविन्दम् निकुञ्जजूनरतिकेली सिद्धै निकुञ्ज श्रीधरीरपेक्षणीया कुंजूनारति कैली सिद्धई जाजाली भी जुक्तिरपेक्षणीया तत्रातिदाक्षादति बलवशं वन्दे गुरश्रीचरणरविन्दं वन्दे गुरश्रीचरणरविन्दं वन्दे गुरश्रीचरणरविन्दं वन्दे गुरश्रीचरणरविन्दं संसारदामानललितलोका प्राणाय कारुण्य घनाघनतं तप्तश्चकल्लन गुणान्नभक्ष वन्दे गुरश्रीचरणरविन्दं वन्दे गुरश्रीचरणरविन्दं वन्दे गुरश्रीचरणरविन्दं साक्षाधरितेन समस्तशास्त्रैः युक्तस्तथा भावत एव सद्भिः साक्षाधरितेन समस्तशास्त्रैः युक्तस्तथा भावत एव सद्भिः किन्तु प्रभुप्रिय एव तस्य वन्दे गुरश्रीचरणरविन्दं किन्तु प्रभुप्रिय एव तस्य वन्दे गुरश्रीचरणरविन्दं संसारदावार्णललितलोका प्राणाय कारुण्य घनाघनत्यं तप्तशकलनगुणार्णवश वन्दे गुरश्रीचरणरविन्दं यस्य प्रसादात् भगवत्प्रसाद यस्य प्रसादात् न गति कुतोऽपि यस्य प्रसादात् भगवत्प्रसाद यस्य प्रसादात् न गति कुतोऽपि गायं स्तुवं तस्य यशस्वी सन्धं गायं स्तुवं तस्य यशस्वी सन्धं वन्दे गुरश्रीचरणरविन्दं वन्दे गुरश्रीचरणरविन्दं वन्दे गुरश्रीचरणरविन्दं वन्दे गुरश्रीचरणरविन्दं संसारदावार्णललितलोका प्राणाय कारुण्य घनाघनत्यं तप्तशकलनगुणार्णवश वन्दे गुरश्रीचरणरविन्दं वन्दे गुरश्रीचरणरविन्दं वन्दे गुरश्रीचरणरविन्दं Hare Rama Krishna Jada Maya Nama Radhavaya Madhavaya Ketavaya Nama Hare Gopal Govinda Rama Madhusudan Gopal Govinda Rama Giridhari Gopi Na Madana Giridhari Gopi Na Madana Hare Rama Krishna Jada Maya Nama Radhavaya Madhavaya Ketavaya Nama Hare Gopal Govinda Rama Madhusudan Gopal Govinda Rama Madhusudan Giridhari Gopina Madana Mohana Gopal Govinda Rama Gopal Govinda Rama Madhusudan Giridhari Gopi Na Madana Mohana Hare Rama Krishna Hare Rama Yadavaya Yadavaya Madhavaya Ketavaya Nama Hare Ani Hare Rama Krishna Yadavaya Nama Yadavaya Madhavaya Ketavaya Nama Yadavaya Madhavaya Ketavaya Nama Hare Rama Krishna Gopal Govinda Rama Chaitanya Nityananda Shri Advaita Chita Hari Guru Vaishnava Hari Guru Vaishnava Bhagavad Gita Hari Guru Vaishnava Bhagavad Gita Hare Yadavaya, Madhavaya, Yadavaya, Madhavaya, Kesavaya Namah, Hare Rama Krishna, Yadavaya Namah, Hare Yadavaya Madhavaya Yadavaya Madhavaya Kesavaya Namah Hare Raguna Virupa Vitana Panam Bhatta Raguna Divaga Vala Bhatta Divaga Jai Gosai Jai Nitarasa Ashobara Padarena Mora Panchatra Jai Gosai Jai Nitarasa Ashavara Padarena Mora Panchatra Charana Bandhan Chaye Gosai Kori Charana Bandhan 자하 허이대 빛나나 어비성장 일차의 그 자이자 무이다 다 다서만 와다에는 머라번쩍라 일차의 그 자이자 무이다 다서만은 와다에는 머라번쩍라 가리하게 넘어지는 야도 마야나마 야도마 마다마야 개성은 나마 어너예 다대럽 자라나 세비 앞서서네바 다대럽 자라나 세비 앞서서네바 전놈의 전놈의 마 에이 어비라 전놈의 전놈의 마 에이 어비라 어려제 너무 세상 야동 마야나마 어려예 너무 세상 저의 고사이 잡에 브러제 걸려 마 저의 고사이 잡에 브러제 걸려 마 라धा कृष्ण राधा कृष्ण नित्य लीला कलीला छाए गो अभी ब्रज मैना ब्रज कन्ना राधा नित्य लीला कबीर आनंद बल हरि भज वृंदावन हरि गुरु वैष्णवे मजयमं आनंद बल हरि आनंद बल हरि भज वृंदावन हरि गुरु वैष्णवे मजयमं आनंद लहरी भज वृंदावन हरि वैष्णवे मजयमं हे नम कृष्ण हरे नम कृष्ण जातवाय नमः जातवाय माधवाय केशवाय नमः हरये जाग जाग बुरा चंद बोले जाग जाग बुरा चंद बोले कत निद्रा जाओ शरीर को बोले गिर जाग निद्रा जाओ तुम्हें शरीर खोले जाग 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 बुरा चंद बोले वीर जाग जाग बुरा चंद बोले कत निद्रा जाओ तुम्हें माया शरीर को कृष्ण कीर्तन गान कर्ण पहु प्रेमामृत वनिधि भरौ भुवि भुव भारा वहन तारक वंदे रूप सनातन रघुजुगो श्री जीव गोपालक वंदे रूप सनातन रघुजुगो श्री जीव गोपालक शीतल गान कीर्तन गान नर्तन परम प्रेम वीर वीर जन प्रिय प्रिय करो निर्मा कृपा भरौ मारव अंतरक वंदे रूप सनातन रघुजुगौ श्री विचारणै पुनः सद्धर्म संस्थापक लोकानां हितकारिणं त्रिभुवने मन्नं शरण करो विचारणै कनपुना तद्धर्म संस्थापक लोकानां हितकारिणं त्रिभुवने मन्नं शरणं तद्धर्म संस्थापक लोकानां हितकारिणं त्रिभुवने मन्नं शरण्य श्री चैतन्य कृपा बरौ लोकानां हितकारिणां त्रिभुवने मन्नं शरणं आत्मविचारणैकनिपुणं तद्धर्म संस्थापक लोकानां हितकारिणां त्रिभुवने मन्नं शरण्यकरम् Radha Krishna Radha Krishna Padarabindau Madanamritau Radha Krishna Padarabindau Madana Nande Namattalikal Vande Rupa Sanatanam Raghujugal Siji Krishna Krishna Dana Natala Parau Prema Manidhi Veera Veera Janapriya Prema Ojita Sri Chaitanya Kripa Bharau Maranta Rapau Bande Rupa Sanatana Raghujiga Vasudasudasure Sudarajalakin Dharmisha Ajabadasa Yadadada Ranna Mandalasani Sada Tuchava Bhutvadi Nagane Sato Karunaya भक्वासु मंडलपति शनि सदा उत्सव भूत्वा दीनगणेशक करुणया कौपीनकं आश्रितौ गोपी भावरसामृताब्दलहरी गोपी भावरसामृताब्दलहरी कल्लो लमग्नं वन्दे रूप सनातन रघुजुगौ श्रीजी भगवालक राधे हे राधे ब्रज देविके च हे नंद सूना कुतः राधे ब्रज देविके च ललिते हे नंद सूनकुतः श्री गोवर्धन पादपतले कालिंदी वने तः राधे ब्रज देविके च ललिते हे नंद सूनकुतः श्री गोवर्धन पादपतले कालिंदी वने कुतः वो संतापिते वो संतापिते सर्वतो ब्रजपुरे खेदई विहुबलौ वन्दे रूप सनातन रघुजुगौ श्रीजी भगवालक गो संतापिते सर्वतो ब्रजपुरे खेदई महाविहुबलौ वन्दे रूप सनातन रघुजुगौ श्रीजी बालक कृष्ण कीतल दान रतन परम प्रेमामृतम मनीहि धीर धीर जन प्रिय प्रिय करो सरो पूजित श्री चैतन्य कृपा भर भुवि भुव हर वहन तारक वंदे रूप सनातन जग जग दया करो आहा प्रभु नित्यानंद प्रेमानंद सुखी कृपया मनकना कर आमी भजन कृपया बल कना कर आमी दया कदमरे मुनि बिना दयाल जगत दया कर सीतापति दया कर सीतापति अद्वैत कृपा बोले परी कब कृपा बोले दया करो सीतापति अद्वैत दासई तब पावले पाई चैतन्य कई रूप रघुन युग श्री जीव प्रभु रघुनाथ दया करो सिया साज श्रीनिवा राम चंद्र संग मागे दया करो सिया साज प्रभु श्रीनिवा राम चंद्र संग मागे दया कन मणि तुमी दीन के दयाल जग दयाल जग गोविंद जय राधे जय कृष्ण जय वृंदावन श्री गोविंद कालिंदी जमुना जय जय महामन Jaya Radhe, Jaya Krishna, Jaya Vrindavan, Shri Govinda Gopina, Madana Mohan, Jaya Radhe, Jaya Krishna, Jaya Vrindavan, Shri Govinda Gopina, Madana Mohan, Viradvam Srivatam, Dada Sakhanam, Yashidharvam Srivatam, Dada Sakhanam, Jahan Jahan Leela Kaila, Shri Nanda Nanda, Yashidharvam Srivatam, Dada Sakhanam, Jahan Sab Leela Kaila, Shri Nanda Nanda, Shri Nanda Jasana Jaya, Shri Nanda